Just in the Discord. All right, so let's go ahead and do what we always do and just jump right into it, starting zoomed out onto the monthly chart as we are sitting basically right in the middle of the month. Today's the 17th, and we've got about 2 weeks left in the month here. So we can see that the market basically is trying to come up to the top of this equilibrium, right? We've been monitoring this 41.3775 as kind of our equilibrium high. We talked about this level here below, which is sitting right around 40.60 to 40.40, which could be a target, if we do get a retrace. But this 37 will kind of be the key. Below that 37 actually turns on the negative gamma, and there probably will be a little bit of selling underneath of that level, I imagine. Um, if the market is able to kind of start getting some steam under there. Um, if not, and we continue to the upside, we will really be seeing kind of that real break of this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 month balance that we've been sitting in. And that will be kind of the key. Switching over to the weekly here, you can see the weekly is in a larger bracket. One time framing up here, 1, 2, 3, 4 for the 5th week in a row. We had very similar lows, but not quite. We did break the high and then finished up just basically right above the previous week's high, which to me seems pretty bullish. But as all things, only time will tell. We're in a larger bracket that we've seen on the monthly, and we'll really be looking to kind of clear that level to get some upside. The next level up's that 42.08 half. That would be the next target or excess that we have on a weekly basis. Key going into this week will definitely be this week's low. A break into this week's low would probably put us looking at something like this. We do have kind of this week low look below us as well, and that will be on a break above and retest. That will be kind of the look. On the daily here, you can see for the most part, one time framing up at a little bit of a special day right there. But we are one time framing up for 3 days in a row. You could even maybe call it 5 days. A very steep trend still kind of forming here. If you're into these trend lines, right, you can see very steep coming up here. So a break of that, and we've got some gaps below. There's a one tick gap down here at 88 half, I believe, and then there's another gap down here below this 40.32. Still an open gap down there. You can see all of the moving averages, the 50, the 100, the 200, all kind of trading basically flat at this point. If we switch it to the 24-hour session, you can see they're starting to kind of tick up here a little bit, but for the most part, really just kind of trading flat. So in order to kind of confirm the trend, we would want to see some more extension to the upside or more continuation to the upside. All right, guys, I have like a bunch of positions on right now. I don't fuck up. Switching over to the profile, we'll review Friday's session first. We can see, very familiar shape here, this B shape, right? Kind of not as neat as a normal B, but still definitely a lowercase b, indicating liquidation. We don't really have great excess on the high, but we do have some excess on the highs. We printed about 5 ticks up there, 4 ticks up there. And so that would kind of be the key to if it gets revisited here. Let's real quick settle. Morning, done. Settle was 63.75. And the last trade was 71.75. So, I mean, pretty kind of easily. Well, just keep talking about Friday real quick. Basically, we had kind of that look above, and then the market got up here. No buyers really showed up, and it got liquidated. It tried to pop back up, and then a seller actually showed up. So I think there was a bit of a seller here up around this 80, let's call it 85 to 90 area. And that's what it seemed like. And then it just seemed like basically all of these people that had been holding long that trapped all the sellers from Thursday just started liquidating. The market came down and then just kind of balanced at the low and then rallied into the close as all the shorter time frame traders had liquidated their positions. You guys want to see something really cool? So, I'm short on the Nasdaq, the Dow, and oil. Just going well based off this new thing that I'm working. Um, so going into today, right, as you can see, we've got about 23 minutes left until the market opens up. But going into today, we kind of have two real key references. Friday's low, right, does have a little bit of excess on it. So that will be kind of a key. We do have some mechanical references left behind from Friday that I think will need to be monitored. One being basically 44 or 54, the other one's at 44. Those will be key references. We do have some single prints still below from Thursday's session, so we can kind of assume that there's still some trapped sellers here and maybe find some responsive buying down here in this 30 area. This happens to be the negative gamma level as well. And so I kind of assume if we do break below there, we should see some increased selling, and that would kind of push us towards that 4100. We have this settle that was previously untouched, and that could kind of be, maybe an area where some buyers show up as well. We did have high volume there. As far as the upside goes, I really want to see the market get above this overnight POC and the last, right? And you can see it's a big volume area as well. This is a 7-day volume profile over here. So we can see that it's a big volume area. So I'd like to see it get up, some buyers show up, and then that would kind of be looking to test that excess or if that seller's at 85, 90 area. I think there's probably a fade from that same level as well, depending upon how the order flow shows up. Uh, I mean, we're inside, so market's going to open up pretty choppy. Most likely, we'll open up inside value. We've got net inventory pretty much. I mean, it'd be tough, pretty much net long, but we're already trading at the low, so I would say it's fairly balanced for the most part. Um, hey, thanks for the sub. I wish I knew how to say your name, but that's just kind of the key. The market needs to get above this 70 ish here, and then we still have to monitor for some resistance up here around this 89, 85, 90 area. But until the market gets above this close from Friday, it's going to be hard for me to be a buyer, right? I think I still want to fade it. If everyone else was selling up here, then people probably still didn't get a chance to sell. And then as the market came back down, they're like, well, I'm not selling it low, so they're going to hold on to it. It recovered nicely, and so they probably held it through the weekend. They're close it possibly. We are getting into, if we stay below this and start to get below this 63, you're kind of getting accepted into this larger distribution. That makes the odds of testing this 46 ish area a very high possibility, and that kind of puts us right in line with some mechanical references as well. So that'll be kind of what I'm looking out for today. Yeah, but I mean, we're gonna open up inside, and it's gonna be choppy, so we're just gonna have to kind of be patient, wait, and let the market tell us what it wants to do before making any crazy decisions. We'll pull over the COT report. You can see smart money actually added big time long, and this is as of the 11th. So we'll look back at the 11th and look at dumb money, leveraged money. They actually added to their long position and cut some of their short. So, not not super bullish, but definitely thinking, okay, well, I'm gonna have to hedge for some upside. And then we had talked about how these leveraged funds a couple of weeks ago were most likely, well, not most likely, but had the opportunity for a short squeeze to kind of pile on there. It ended up happening, and now they're kind of seeing a little bit of reverse. So definitely want to be paying attention to that. As far as news goes today, there's not really much going on. There was some um, New York Empire State Manufacturing that came in elevated comparatively to what they were expecting. Right, forecasted was -8. It actually came in at +10. This is It rates the relative level of general business conditions. New York State, a level above 00 indicates improving conditions, below indicates worsening conditions. So it came in above, which shows improvement. You can kind of see it's the first time for a positive number since November 2022, right? And it's actually the biggest number since July of last year. So it's been basically about a year. And now we have positive positive year. Going back to the calendar, right? There's not much else going on today. We do have a couple of things, some 6 month bills, and then some Chinese news. Tomorrow we have building permits, which really and housing starts, which isn't really too crazy. We do have Bowman tomorrow at 1 o'clock, and we do this is a Fed heavy speaker week. Um, Next day we don't really have anything. Okay. Tuesday we already talked about. Wednesday we have the crude oil inventories. Nothing really too crazy pre-market. There's another Fed speaker Wednesday, Williams. That's later in the day. Thursday, we get the Philadelphia Fed manufacturing initial jobless claims, home sales, and then Bowman's on again at 1500, which is an hour before the market closes. And then Friday is a fairly light day with just some manufacturing PMI and core retail sales. Uh, Take a peek at the heat map here. Year to date is how I like to look at it. You can see, and we've been talking about how a lot of these big companies are above 20. Well, Microsoft is kind of slipping a little bit low here, so a little bit lower than the rest of the bag here. Have to pay attention to that. Remember what we talked about as well, like um, we have earnings this week, right? And some bank earnings this week. Um, and so that'll be kind of key to see, like these banks should, if the crisis is truly over, right, the banks should perform decent. They should do fine. Let me see where we got the. So earnings today, Charles Schwab's before the open. We got JB Hunt, Pinnacle, First Bank, Service Bank. So a lot of banks here to start us off, and then tomorrow we've got Bank of America, Johnson and Johnson, Netflix after the close. Goldman Sachs is also tomorrow before the open, and Tesla's on Wednesday after the close. So depending upon how this launch goes, they could probably see relative correlation with stock prices and things like that. Yeah, hopefully the volume on YouTube is working in Discord here for sure. Got about 15 minutes until the market opens up. We talked about, well, I posted gamma levels in the Discord. This is just kind of how I'm looking at it, right? So we have um, the put gammas in blue, the call gammas in orange. But basically, kind of what this is telling us is that 35-40 level, I think, is really going to be kind of the key for it to hold. If the market doesn't hold that level, I kind of expect us to get more selling down to our big support down here around 4100. So far, right now, the market's in a positive gamma state, but always change. Nasdaq doing a little pukeroo. So, TJ. Yeah, there's just an easier way to have to be able to review everything. Just stream it to YouTube. That way, I don't have to store it on my computer, store it in the Zoom cloud, and then wait for it to process and then upload. T minus 1 minute. Oh, it's not launching today? There's a, like the, what's it called? Is Tesla's launching a missile into space again. Ten minutes until the open, guys. Do you have anything else you want to go over? Let me You don't hear anything, Roach? Turn your hearing aids up a little bit. Yes, T-Mobile. It seems to be a bid in the market, kind of to me. Like every time we come down here, we seem to find a buy. It'll be interesting to see how the market opens up. Remember, like we said, we're opening up inside yesterday's range, so we can expect some choppiness. So don't be uh there's no need to be super aggressive off the open. You can just be patient today, and it'll probably be fine. Um, we can expect the sector boxes to probably lead us a little bit early, and the tick probably to open up pretty neutral, with the breath opening up probably pretty neutral as well. So we'll be watching that weighted AD to give us some guidance early on. Oh, you can hear us now, Roach? You missed my hearing aids. You're still in your short? Me too. Nice. So, NASDAQ. Got that song stuck in my. It's 21 pounds. Something like that. Oh, I'm balling. Yeah, my son's like obsessed with them right now. So. Morning, Liquor. Yeah, I can hear you now. I'm thinking that we're coming down to 44. I mean, probably for sure this 56 level. But I'm thinking we're coming. There's like a lot of mechanical references here. We had these mechanical references right here, like 56, 54, and then these ones down here, 44. That's kind of where I think we're after. The excess on the excess on the low was just 3 ticks. Excess on the high was 4 ticks. Or was that 5 ticks? 4 ticks. So you don't really have great excess on either side. And for the most part, we kind of know that Friday was a liquidation, so it makes sense to get up here again, and they just want to liquidate. So I'm kind of just kind of like going with the flow. It does seem like there's a bid somewhere. Like it does seem kind of like someone's trying to buy, but yeah, like yeah, as we get low. Oh yeah, no, I agree. Like same thing. Me, yeah, me too. I'm not getting out until we get above 72, 75. Like there's just it's not happening. Yeah, I just have such good trade location. I was up super early this morning. I'm short on the oil. I'm short on the Dow. Short on the Nasdaq, and ordered them all. Yeah, I saw that. And I think what's his name? Paul was looking for a long, kind of like the same spot you're looking for short. But really, every time it came down, it really just looked like short covering. So it just looked like because it came right back to it. So like it looks like there are buyers on the way down here, but it looks more or less like just short covering. People are like, oh, well, maybe people that are short in the hole from Friday, because I'm sure there's people trapped down below 40. So maybe some of them. Right. We got like one, so 2 seconds. So immediately an offer comes down on this 61 here. Now look to see the strength of this offer. If it comes back up here, you want to see it get reoffered. If it doesn't get reoffered, then you probably get a little bit of an upside bid. The Dow kind of bounced pretty hard there. Nasdaq did. Do a put. Yeah, Nasdaq's peaking it. Yeah, I have really good positioning on Nasdaq, so I'm not really unless I mean really like I said, unless the market gets above the 72, then be done. It's temporarily with the short side. You can see some sellers get stuck down here, like on the 60-59 area. Decent little offer trying to move in lower here, but like it's getting absorbed here by buyers on 61. Nasdaq's catching a huge bid. And it fell right apart. That's hilarious. Yeah, so it's having the markets. I mean, like we talked about, right? We're inside yesterday's range. We're inside yesterday's value. The market's going to open up. It's going to be choppy. You know, if you're not already in a trade, then the best thing you can do really is just be patient and just kind of wait for it to kind of give you a little bit of direction here. The Dow definitely looking a lot weaker than the ES and the Nasdaq here. Dow is trying to catch a little bit of a bid though, but definitely a lot weaker. Nasdaq actually looks pretty strong. Brand new. Yeah. Tesla opened up on a gap higher. It's coming down a little bit. Apple, moved down immediately, but is now coming back up to its high from Friday. And the tech sector looks real strong to start. Some decent bids trying to step up here, but getting should. So a key here is that we didn't break the Globex low, right? And so that's going to have to be monitored. So if there is a counter auction or an auction that goes down, right? We had an initial auction to the downside, Nasdaq and the Dow kind of really moved a little bit lower, but then they reversed. The ES didn't break its Globex low and is now kind of bidding back towards that 72 high volume area. If there is a counter auction that doesn't break the open, this gives you another one of those days, right, where the market doesn't break its open, it's a strong market, and you don't really want to be fighting that. Um, there's a recipe for disaster. Try to fight what's actually going on right now. Well, here's a little bit of the counter auction. This is what I'm talking about here. So you have kind of a little bit of a double distribution look where above Friday's value, you're catching a bid here, getting sellers trying to offer here. If they can't get this thing back down below, let's call it Friday's point of control 63, that would mean not getting below the open, not getting below the Globex low. Those are going to become your key references as far as how well is the market doing, right? So the market's obviously trying to go up, and we measure, is it doing a good job of going up? Well, if it's not going down below these key references, then I would say that buyers are definitely stepping up, right? Apple came down to its zero gamma level and bounced right off of it, which was, yes, right back to the high. See what I mean? Like, so it's just there's just not it's not doing a good job going down right there. Maybe the Nasdaq's gonna fucking drag it down. I swear to fucking god. I turned my trailing stop off for some reason. Yeah, to me, I mean, it looks like buyers are trying to step up here. Are they going to be able to get to the last or to that Globex point of control? That'll be another key sign of, are the buyers doing a good job? So they did a good job of not letting it go down. Now let's see if they can do a good job of taking the market higher. You know. Yeah, that's Stupid as fuck. Yeah, it makes no sense. Like, why does it? I didn't click it. Nasdaq's puking them here. What's up? Yeah, that's true. You don't. Interesting here. The Nasdaq's coming down hard, and the Dow's actually popping pretty nice. Yeah. Well, and you get like so many counter auctions too. Like, let's say you short the ES here, right? And Nasdaq's going down, but the Dow's going up, so it makes the move down a little bit rougher, not as if everything was just kind of puking. Now the Dow's coming down, so now we should see some more downside. And so there's our second key reference, right? Buyers stepped up. They're willing to not let the market go down, but they weren't necessarily willing to buy the market at higher prices. So as the market auctions back down, you see, will these buyers step up again? Will these buyers step up again? Or will they capitulate and liquidate? And will momentum shorts try to pile in? We have kind of like that ledge at the top look right there. 68. We're back below the VWAP now. Roach, what level you're looking at? 65, right? I think we'll need to see an offer below that 62 here to get this down. Not in. Yeah, I think you're right. If we break this 59.50, it'll be my best trading day of the entire year. Oh, I've been up since fucking like I've been up early. I slept. I slept. I just have this idea in my head, and like I've been basically just like it actually worked out. So this weekend I dog sat for my in laws, but I didn't have my computer, and so like not having your computer makes it, and for me it like helps me be not distracted, I guess, because like when I have my computer I can be distracted. Like, I can just be doing so many things at once, and so without my computer I was kind of forced to manually go through all of these strategies that I had been wanting to go through, and it just came out the exact way that I wanted it to come out, and got home on Sunday and then coded everything, and then was like, I'm fucking doing it live today. And then yeah. And then yeah, I saw that. I shorted it added right there. Yeah, I had it on ES. I'm closed my Nasdaq short. I'm fucking. That thing was just pissing me off. But 63 and 3/4 points on the Nasdaq one day. I'm up 79 points on the Dow, 63.75 points on the Nasdaq. It'll just be my best day ever. I don't know what I'll bitch about. I'll find something. No, that's for sure. Gonna open a bakery here. You know what's funny is like, um, what's funny is like even when I was in the army, well that's a key thing right there. We just came down towards the low. Did we get below the open? Yeah, we got below the open. If it doesn't take this Globex low again, it's probably going back to the high. So just be careful here in your shorts. Um, but in the army, I would complain naturally. It's like in my nature. But I'm always complaining about like I just want things to be better. I want people to be better. I just want everything to just be better. And like but it's funny that's like a habit for me. It's like people are like you're always complaining. I'm like, yeah, because I want you to be better. No, I wasn't saying it like you. I'm just saying like that's just like a natural thing for me is like I've just always been like that. Like I'm like fucking finished first place in a race and I'm like, "Ah, I could have done better if I would have done this, you know." Yeah, that look below the open and unability to take that Globex low is kind of a weak sign for sellers. Weighted AD's trying to pop up here again. Look at tech now. Um, really gotta add it. The VIX popped up but came back off a little bit. VIX futures still kind of on the low. Apple gave it all up. Is bouncing a little bit as well. Tesla's still looking pretty strong. The Dow didn't take it slow. The Nasdaq did take it slow, but just by a couple ticks. Bouncing again. Yeah, mega bounce. Axia Futures is hiring. I don't know if you guys got the email. I'm sure they sent it to everybody. But they're hiring for desk traders or I mean, I don't know, for whatever. I sent them an email to see if it's required to relocate. Yeah, that'd be cool. I'll be staying on your couch, Tommy. I like get there and they're like, "Yeah, we're Manchester United fans." I'm like, "Sorry, I already fucking vouched Arsenal, so." Oh, never. See, growing up, like because my buddy growing up was a Manchester United fan, they hated Man City. Like they were just like they're a bunch of fucking bums. Like their whole lives, they just. I've just always thought like whenever I think of Manchester City, I'm just ugh, gross. Yeah. We still kind of have this little double distribution type look, and you're kind of seeing it. Um, It's choppy, but this bid is definitely stepping in after a failure to break that open. Maybe some momentum shorts kind of getting scared. They need, well, there's the offer there. They need that offer to continue to step in. If not, to the high we go. Look for them to pile in here. See the offers trying to step in right into this weak spot here. We can assume, intraday shorts trap down here, and as it gets close to this low of this distribution, we're getting them covered. That's what this is here. As soon as they're done conducting the old business, they need to get an offer below this 62. Really catch this. I mean, honestly, even below 61. I think they need to offer below 61. Kind of seeing volume step up. Let's see if the market gets back above the VWAP here. The Dow's at the high. Oil's kind of just consolidating, moving to the right. Nasdaq's basically just kind of moving to the right, but lower. The ES is moving to the right. You can see the weighted AD, right? Really getting led by this on the unweighted sectors here. Like Tommy was saying, the real estate sector is kind of leading us up. And the tick here too, for the most part, been hanging positive all morning. I guess we could change this to 1 minute since we have everything else on the phone. looking really strong here. I bet Elon delayed that fucking thing on purpose so he could make it to earnings, which is Wednesday for Tesla. That spaceship launch. Oh, liquidation. There we go, Roach. Oh, followed by immediate recovery. Was it there news? Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah, it's like they liquidated into like a spot down there, same spot, because it didn't make a new low. It did get below the open, but as soon as it got below the open, buyers stepped in and sellers got stuck again right here, 61. And now we're catching a bid. Nasdaq's catching a bid. That's why I closed the Nasdaq short. I was done dealing with that fucking back and forth shit. That shit was just driving me. Exactly. This looks like a pretty strong move here, though. So let's see. Make a new high. I have a mechanical low open up right at prior day's half back. Would be classic to just pour low those people. Watch it liquidate again. Jim Dalton was saying he was actually kind of surprised by the selling that came in on Friday that they didn't get an outside day. That's what he was kind of expecting after the initial liquidation. He was kind of expecting the market to trade below Friday's low or below Thursday's low. Um, and maybe they just didn't have enough time to sell up here, right? We only traded 2 periods. Maybe they didn't get to accumulate enough inventory to really be convicted to sell to get below there. But he said coming into today, and we kind of have our first look at sequencing here, right? We have it on both sides of B, the B low being mechanical, the B high being mechanical, um, and really the break of either of these, and then the following bar. I know we got 30 minutes away from that, but the following bar gives us a little bit more insight. So let's say we take this A high and C period opens up. C period trades down to the 66 quarter, which is basically the B half back. It holds and then starts trading up again. That'll show us a little bit of sequencing, and that would kind of indicate to us that short-term buyers are in control for now. Right? We can assume they're short-term naturally because we're inside the prior day's range and we're still inside the Globex ranges. The Dow's catching an offer here. Same with the Nasdaq. The only thing is they're not getting volume down here. That's the thing that's surprising to me. Is like there's just no volume coming in. Oh, you're right. Exactly. Like lower prices are just shutting selling off. Right. You still holding your short? Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. It's such a good tool to use the micros when especially in a market like this where we're getting so choppy and can't really get attached to any position. You can just kind of build your short in every time it pops up. Just slap a couple more micros on. It comes down, take a couple off, and then eventually by the time it breaks, your break even's so high that it doesn't even matter, which way it goes because you've already made some money and you're chilling, and that lets you really kind of hold on to runners too, which is nice. There we go. That's all you got. I only have one lot left in my ES short. I just scaled out all on 60, 70, 60 or 62. I mean 61. There's an offer moving down. See, and this is if it doesn't actually move down and trade though, it lets it come back and get it. Let's see if it trades. I've been getting stuck right here all fucking day. Basically, like from like 60 up to 61. Yeah, I think you're right. From Friday, there's a bunch of people that tried to short into the close on Friday and got fucked up. That's what I wanted to look at that. What was that day we said, the 8th? OT was the 11th. So on the 11th, which is this day here, this floppy day, a bunch of longs got added that day. Interesting. We're not really So, well, we can. I mean, that pretty much actually lines up perfectly. So if we assume big money and dumb money all got long this day, right? And that 32 is negative gamma, so they're short. They're short puts underneath of this level. So if it goes below this level, they're going to sell it. And they're probably going to sell it down to that 4100. So this is basically like the ultimate pullback level, at least for today, right? We'll see how the options play out for this week, but we can use this excess here as a kind of a clear sign of, well, we're already short. We've been short all morning, but that'll be a level that you don't want to be long below. You're planning on holding it. I've got my trail on my Dow short at 34048. So if it pops above that, I'll just flatten out. Oh, there it goes. Flat on the Dow trade too. The Dow didn't make a new low, not yet at least, but we'll get one more opportunity. I just have the one left on, but on the ES, but I like the 65 here. Tesla's pulled back a little bit here as well. VIX futures are smacking the low, which is surprising. Means that probably gonna fucking fun sucker. The Dow. Oh, you're good. You're good. I was gonna say just the Dow's coming down by this time as well. Maybe we will get this breakdown finally. Just need an offer to show up right here. Like an offer just below 61 should just puke all of these fucking long buyers. No offer. I keep giving them the chance. Yeah, we definitely could for sure. Yeah, right here where this 63 is. Yeah, it is. Here's your chance. What settings are you trying to do? Um, what I would do is just load chart book that I posted in the Discord. That would just at least give you like a basic starting point. That way you don't have to like worry about a lot of the other crap. And then um, it's on the bottom. There should be a channel called resources, and then one of them is Sierra charts. And then the chart book 3 is just the DOM, but if you scroll up a little bit, there's called Rad Charts 2.0, and that's the it's like the full chart book. Seller's stuck on that 62-ish area again. Bids are trying to step up here, 64. Nasdaq's trying to come up. See the weighted ADs popping up here. Ticks coming back above 0. Oh yeah, me too. I think the same thing. Tesla discloses another fatal crash. That could have just been the reason why Tesla dropped and the market paused for a little bit. 260. Back above the VWAP now. This to me, like, this looks so mechanical. These lows and these lows, like, I mean, they're just such mechanical lows. We're making lower highs. So if we don't take the high this time, even if we do take the high, but we don't get above this 72, I expect another liquid. Um, Not that it's going to take the low or anything, but there's really no confirmation in this market. There's no there's no strength in this market, to be honest with you. Like, there's no real conviction from a longer term perspective, or a sizable buyer or seller. As we haven't broke the Globex low, we haven't broke the Globex high. We're basically just trading inside yesterday's range, developing value a little bit higher. We'll succeed, but no real conviction yet. That being said, we know that dumb money has been fairly on the short side and would still need to cover as much as they can, and that's who I keep thinks uh that's who I think keeps buying this thing up, because we haven't seen an offer below 61. Well, actually, we did see one offer below on 60 half, and it got fucking jammed up. So until we see a seller actually move down, we can really just kind of expect them to just keep offering it higher, right? Why would you sell something lower if you can get people to keep coming up to you and sell it higher to them? Now you're seeing the weighted AD catch up, as far as, unweighted was kind of leading us up, and now we're seeing it kind of catch up here. All right. Yeah, short should capitulate above that level. I'll be right back. Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I wasn't in a long. I didn't get in a long. Hard for me to get into. Like I said, like my plan is to get long above 71, above 72. Like if we get up there, that's probably where I would get long from if we see continuation. But until then, I really just think like all this up move is like accumulation by a seller. Nasdaq's coming down a little bit here. Uh oh. Uh oh, we're about to take the low. That's what. Around the market though, like Apple looks kind of weak. AMD looks kind of weak. Uh, Google, Meta, Netflix, Nvidia actually looks strong. That's it. Tesla's strong as well, but Tesla's starting to slip. Yeah, the Dow's on the up and up as well. We've had this order resting up at 70 basically all day, so and a bunch of sellers kind of look like they just got stuck 67, 66. Offer below 65. So we're back kind of 67. This is where these sellers got stuck last time. But if there's an offer below the 65, then we'll probably go back towards the open. If not, um, then we kind of continue to see volume moving higher and lower prices shutting off selling or shutting off volume, then it would only make sense to kind of break the high. But I mean, the market's really just in balance here, and so there's there's no way to be like super convicted about anything. Like if anyone was to tell you, oh, it's going up for sure, it's going down for sure, like they're just guessing. There's nothing telling us that it's gonna for sure do one or the other. Nasdaq's puking them up here pretty decent. I think I might be a Dow trader, guys. In hell, I'm up 147 points on the Dow, and I'm in a short that's up 35 points. Now points are different on that's like it's like ticks basically. Each point on the Dow is basically like a tick. Um, it's different than the ES. Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't whip around as much. That's for sure. The period's open now. A lot of volume on that move down on the Nasdaq. It seemed like. Tech is starting to come down. XLK is starting to come. Same as the Nasdaq's. Nasdaq's about handles off its low. The Dow looks like it's just one slip away from fucking getting the banana peel treatment, Mario Kart style. Nasdaq's pressing on its opening range 10-minute low. Nvidia is about to break its. Oh no, I'm looking at Tesla now. Yeah, that 67 half level on Nvidia support resistance right there. It knows. There goes the Nasdaq. Oh, I got a little bit of a bid. It's trying to break it slow. The Dow's starting to break trend here. Like I said, I think the Dow's going to be the key here. If the Dow, slips on this banana peel that's sitting down here, it really drag the rest of the market down because it's been kind of dragging. Tesla's basically given up everything. It's almost back down to its open. Actually, it's below its open now. Apple, same. So look for an offer here. This is basically where the offer needs to show up. It is showing up pretty decent here. The 63. Offer tries to come in 62. There it goes. Finally, that we get the offer. There it is. Now fucking actually send it, you little. Look at this. Oh my goodness, they're getting jammed. Offer came in on 61 though, so let's see if they just continue to come. They can't continue to come in. Have to try again. Yeah. I move my stop to 61 quarter, Roach. I'm gonna leave it there. Oh, okay. Yeah, you can. Yeah. Yeah. Like what? Right. Exactly. Yeah, yeah. It's definitely a different style for like if you're gonna, yeah, especially when you are used to trading the minis and then you go to trade the micros. It's almost like one micro is nothing. It's like I don't even have a trade on. I'll let this thing hold all fucking night. The Dow slipped, but didn't make a new low. Oil is making a new low though, which is cool. Oil and the ES are the only trades that I have on right now. Still, oil should trade down to like 132, which would give me like $1. Nvidia is trading through its liquidity zone right now too, so Nvidia should catch a little bit of an offer. Hey, patience gets you paid, Roach. We just had to wait all goddamn day, but here it is finally. Well, I found these Black Rifle coffee drinks over in Dunmore at the Sunoco or whatever the fuck you call that gas station. Really good. It's like a energy drink kind of, but it's coffee. It's not, it doesn't have all that like bullshit zero sugar. This thing actually has sugar in it. Um, but it's a veteran owned company, Black Rifle Coffee Company. That I like to support the. Interesting. Yeah, this one's called Black Rifle. They make regular coffee too. Like you can just buy the coffee and make it yourself. That's pretty. I got like one of those like those reusable Keurig things. Like it's like a little basket. You just pour coffee into it, and then it makes you a cup of coffee instead of having to make a fucking pot of coffee every time. Yeah, I'm just not a huge fan of waste. Like they just got fucking coffee grounds. That'll get you going. Just drink those coffee grounds. That's good for you. In basic training in the army, even in advanced individual training AIT, like your job school training, a lot of people like in the MREs we get um sometimes you get caffeinated gum or sometimes you get like a little bit of coffee to make instant coffee, but you know there's no hot water to make instant coffee, so couldn't so a lot of people just roll it up in a fucking piece of toilet paper and then stick it in their lip like a dip. Oh, oh yeah. Yeah, I mean the membranes in your mouth absorb stuff super fast, so definitely worked. You could always tell the dipshits that were doing it too, because like their teeth had all coffee grounds and shit. You're like, bro, you really need that much energy? I never got in like a lot of people, almost everybody I know like was into dipping. I never got into it. I just never got the like the like when I smoked weed to get high. Like not to like you smoke a cigarette, you know, you just does nothing for me. Same thing with the dip. Like I'd take a dip and like feel like almost exactly the same. So like for whatever reason, just didn't do. Maybe I was just trying to compare it to a different feeling, and it wasn't giving me the feeling that I was looking for. So I was more interested in it. But I also don't have an addictive personality really when it comes to substances. I'm able to like start stuff and stop stuff pretty easily. Except the market. Uh, Last night, like as soon as we got home yesterday, we got home like 9 a.m. I knocked out like all the yard work. It was a nice day yesterday, and then boom, got on my computer. And I was on my computer from like 2:30 till like 10:30 at night. My wife's like, "Are you gonna be on much longer?" I'm like, I don't know. Depends what happens here. Mhm. See, and that's a thing, and that's a thing. Like me and my buddy Jeremy were talking about this weekend. Is like some people just don't understand what it's like to want to be the best at something. Like some people are just okay. My wife understands it, and that's why she never really gives me any grief about it. But like some people don't understand, like you know, if you want to be the best at something, you've got to live. What was that old saying? Live it, eat it, sleep it, or something like that. You guys know what I mean? There was an old thing. It was like, I had a T-shirt that said like "Live soccer, eat soccer, sleep soccer," something like that. Breathe soccer, yeah. Um, and like like it's things like that like normal people just don't understand because like most people are just content being average, right? And to be, if you want to be a trader, you can't be. Average traders just don't make it, right? We know that. And so we've got to strive for the best. And so like that ability to work on yourself or I think is contagious. Like in my house, like, like I said, I've read, well, I'm at 107 now, but I'm over 100 books. And like seeing me just sitting down and fucking reading all the time made my wife think like, fuck, I need to be reading. This motherfucker's gonna get so smart. Like, and so she started reading books. And then my kids, same thing. Like, I mean, my wife's already like naturally like way smarter than me, so she's like, this motherfucker's catching up. Like, keep this gap open. But like the kids, like they're like, I want to read. My son comes up to me, he's like, I read 7 chapters today. What's up? What the fuck have you done with your life? It's like, you know. And so it's like it really is. It's contagious, and it's really cool, like to see it like catch on like that. And that's the thing is like TJ's saying, like he's like, yeah, tomorrow's Monday, I get to trade. Like if you're not getting that feeling, trading might not be your thing. You know what I mean? Because that's how I am too. I'm like all weekend having fun with the kids or whatever, but I'm like fucking 6 o'clock, fucking can't come fast enough. Oh yeah, no, that's why I started looking at fucking forex. Yeah, and that's why I was like, I was eating. No, I was asking James about. I was like, what are these hours on the Nifty? Because like the Nifty is a pretty highly traded market, and the India hours are basically like nighttime for me is daytime for them. So it's like, well, fuck, I could trade 24 hours a day. I don't want to get I don't get too burned out. So yeah, So the Dow actually caught a decent little bid, but the Nasdaq's not catching as much. The ES is pretty much trading similar to the Dow here. Nvidia's got resistance right here above us, like 67 quarters. But volume hasn't come down. Like Nvidia's come down, but volume hasn't come down yet. Volume weighted AD just flipped back to positive. What was this at? I have no positions on right now. You talk what you said. Thanks, DJR. Yeah, I mean it really is like this is not one of those things that you're gonna make it being average. Like if you want to play a professional sport, you know, going to the club instead of going to practice is most likely not gonna, one, make you great, or two, give you that longevity to actually make it worth your time. If you guys want to find out about like hard work or like dedication and stuff, like Kobe, he, just stories that people tell about Kobe really show how dedicated he was to the game. Um, right, yeah, that's a perfect way to put it. The love of the game, yeah. Nah, it's not. I'm just kidding. I don't know. And complaining about something is completely different than like not enjoying it. Like it's natural to complain about things, even things that you enjoy, because just you're like, well, I want this thing to be better, so I'm gonna fucking say something. If you don't, like, I don't think like just saying things, like people are like, oh, speak it into existence. Like I don't believe in that. I believe that that helps, like affirmations and shit like that. But if you don't take any action, just saying that you're gonna fucking do this every day isn't. You're not gonna fucking. You know what I mean? That's what they say. Like Jocko Williams says, discipline is 1,000 times more important than motivation. If that makes sense to you guys, like, because how often are you going to be motivated to go on a run, right? If you're me, never. But some people like to run, like my dad. But maybe he's not motivated every day. But my dad's the type of person that he doesn't need motivation. Just like fuck, I'm running because he likes, because I mean, just he just does it. He's just like disciplined enough to just do it. And so like, if you don't have that discipline, all the motivation or all the affirmations or all the positive thinking, like none of that shit's gonna help you. Right. Exactly. That's that's a really good book too. I don't know if you guys have read that book. It's called Green Lights by Matthew McConaughey. That shit's good. I really like that. Uncle Lauren. I was kidding. Uh, I'm just messing around. Pattern recognition is. Yeah, I've always been like I want to be able to compete at anything with like everybody, but trading is probably the first thing that I've really put all of my focus in to be the best. Like or to try to be the best. I'm not the best, but to try to be the best. Whereas like most things like sports, like there's not a sport that you can name that we can't go out and play. And if you haven't ever played it, I'm gonna whoop your fucking ass at it. And I'm talking anything. From fucking badminton to volleyball, right? I can play them all, played them all, competed at them all. Like just like to win at shit. But I've always done the same thing. Once I've gotten good enough to just compete with pretty much everybody, or to like be able to just fucking like, oh, you guys want to play some volleyball? Like, sure, let's fucking play. Like, and I can hold my own. Then I've just kind of been like, man, I did the same thing with football and hockey growing up. I was really good at soccer. Didn't follow it because I was like, man, soccer's gay. Sorry, Tommy, but that's just how it goes in America. um, oh, okay, okay, good, good. Uh, but I had like a natural talent for soccer just because I could catch really well. Like, and I was super aggressive. So like my defenders really loved playing with me because I would fucking go get the ball and like I would go, I'm like kind of like a bowling ball, so I'd go through people too. But never really followed through with it. It was kind of just like, yeah, I'm good enough. But trading was like the first thing that I was really like, you know what? And it could just be the fact that trading provides me an income compared to all of those other things. Like, they don't. And I mean, trading didn't provide me an income right away, that's for sure. But those other things, I think, are a little bit harder to start seeing a little bit of progress. Like the leap from that's why I think a lot of people don't understand. The leap from amateur to professional is just such a big leap. You get a lot of people like, oh yeah, if I would have kept playing football in high school, I would have made it to the NFL. Like, what the fuck? Are you professional at something now? No, then you fucking wouldn't have, because being a professional doesn't just require natural talent. You know what I mean? Like you've got to have a mental mindset to just fucking want want that shit. You know what? I got the perfect thing. Um, what's this song called? There's a beginning part to it. Listen to the album. Stuff of one of the Dr. Dre Compton albums. Let's see, it's one shot. Oh, here it is. We're gonna get YouTube strike for it. I don't give. Oh, actually, I have it muted on YouTube, so they won't be able to hear it. Can you guys hear my sound on Discord or no? I don't know if you can hear my. Well, I have that muted. Can you hear it? See, how do I share my sound? I try fucking up. It's all free. So how do you share sound on Discord? Does anybody know? I'll just play it. It's the options price, Dad. So like the option is worth like here's the option. So this is the NVIDIA option. This is what I was talking about. So it came down. Here's the open here. It popped up originally, came down, and this is that 417 level that I was talking about. That if it got below that, I thought it would start losing some steam. But it actually bounced back up to 5, but now it's coming kind of back down spot. And this chart correlates with this chart, which is the actual. This is the underlying NVIDIA. We look to trade it. This is the actual chain here. See all these big gamma levels. 6 cents for 240 puts on NVIDIA. Oh yeah. Oh, I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't rule that out. What is this here? 241. So I'm way worth a fly. This is what's happening. Like when you have a good Monday, the rest of the week becomes a little bit more dangerous. Oh, I'm up. You start to fucking get loose. Use the and just don't do it. $70 for 70. I finished that Market Wizards book, the new one this weekend. You guys have listened to it. Looking for a book to read. It's really good. It's called Green Lights. Green Lights. Oh, nice. Oh, are you heading back out there, Stacey, next week? Is there an airport right there in Reno? Oh, okay. I don't know if you had to like fly into Vegas or drive out. Mhm. How's the pass? Just fucking walls on both sides. Crazy. They're not done getting snow either. They're Dow's coming back down to its low right here. Nasdaq's close, not quite as low as the Dow, and the ES obviously right here at its low. We've now printed 4 TPOs inside yesterday's value below Friday's point of control. So we can almost kind of assume that it's a certainty. that we do trade this 56, 54. And if we look at the mechanical references we were talking about this morning, right? This M low sitting right here 54, and then these mechanical references here 44. So if there's no real strong reaction here, I kind of expect us to be looking down towards the VAL, value area low. We do have mechanical references on the high side as well, right? Mechanical AB high, mechanical D highs right off half back. So indicating right now that short-term sellers are in charge, right? We don't really have any kind of real strong conviction, but a break below this 56, 54 level that could kind of give us that. And then 44, right? We can expect some buying down here below the 34, 35 level. We can expect some hedging, right? Like we talked about on the 11th, there was some hedge fund buying and some institutional buying. And so below this excess low here, we can kind of expect some increased selling that possibly would take us to that big gamma strike, which is down 4,100. So yeah, yeah, like right where the point of control's at, basically. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's there's just really no way for me to like avoid that unless I just take it out of the profile. Like it's either it goes onto Globex and then fucks up the Globex, or it goes onto this. I just pay attention to the VPOC, the VPOC of course, but VPOC mostly. Right here, the 61. I think we better short like the 63 half and then stop 65. Just because like, you zoom in here. Well, there's no volume here. And so you can put your stop here, 65 half or 65 quarter or whatever. This high is mechanical, so if it pops above this and no buyers show up, then you can smash it. Right? Smash it like fucking Khabib. Um, and you're wrong if it starts to get accepted above this level because you've got a basically double distribution day with kind of this weak look here. So we had 3 TPOs, we moved down, we've got 4 TPOs now. Got 3 TPOs, barely right here. So if it comes up here and can't get back up into this upper distribution with volume and start to form a value moving from 4 down here to 4 up here, then you just short it and look to trade back towards that A low. Where we know 60, 61 been kind of a big buyer all day. So shorting the open really just isn't a good idea. Because of where it's at, right? You know what I mean? Like there's been a buyer here all day. Basically every time it comes down, it's been bought, it's been bought, it's been bought, right? Maybe by sellers, maybe by buyers, but it has been bought from there. So selling that spot, you're just kind of putting yourself in a position where it's like, well, why not sell up a little bit higher, right? Where I mean, I'm kind of missing opportunity because I was fucking jabbing, but right. And when you have a profile that's clearly defined in a double distribution sense, right? You've got a distribution here and a distribution here. Like the best spot to trade is there if you're going to trade in the middle of the profile, right? Naturally, trade from up here, trade from down here would be great, but we don't want to have a big range, 13-point range today. So that opportunity to fade from low volume area where there's non-conviction is the better opportunity in that situation. Your trade worked, obviously. If you shorted the open and put your stop at 64, it worked. I got locked out of my Gmail account yesterday. I was having a fucking fit. I was so pissed because I couldn't get into fucking uh so I updated NinjaTrader, and then if you haven't updated NinjaTrader, it's all different. But that's where I run my algo through, and so I updated it. Finally, I've been avoiding it ever, and then I couldn't log in, and I was like, oh, fucker. And I was trying to get my password off my saved passwords on Google, and then logged out of my Google. I'm like, we'll email you a link to reset your password in 6 hours. I'm like, okay, well that's not gonna do. So I try, like, they don't have any fucking like online service or contact information. Energy's getting hammered here now. Uh, Oil's making a new low. I don't know. Do it too. Nasdaq's gonna. I think maybe if Nasdaq pops right here, pops up to like the 1340, then you smash it. Still up. Still looks exactly. Damn, Jordan Spieth's negative 16. Oh, it's over. Oh, okay, never mind. I thought it was only the second day. Dude, these people in golf make cash, like crazy money. Like all the way to 73rd place in this RBC Heritage. The 73rd place person made 39K at a plus 8, so 8 over par. Mm. Yeah, then you're just on. But there's a golf tournament every weekend, so if you just fucking stay at Motel 6, carry your own bag. Because first place got 3 million. 3.5 mil. That covers your yearly tournaments, yeah. That's why Tiger Woods is so rich. Like, I mean, yeah, he's got like a bunch of stuff now, but he just used to win like every week, at least be in like the top five every week. Yeah, I was catching a little bit of a bid here. See what the ES. Same setup. Like we can predict the future. So it pops up into this low volume area. It doesn't find any bids. An offer comes in. It pushes back down. Now you just look to see if a bid comes in 62. If no bid comes in 62, then this thing rotates back below the open, probably to here, whatever this is, 59.75, 60, where the buyer's been at all day. A little bit of an offer trying to come in here. That's it. Free money. That's a free play right there, guys. Like free parking. You just rolled a 10 and you were in jail and boom, fucking $500 on them. All right. I'm gonna go make some lunch. We'll be back. See what I'm talking about? Free money. Like, it literally just did exactly what we expected it to do. That's what we like. Um, I think we're going to that 44, 45 area for sure, but it's hard to know because it's such a light volume. Sorry, I got a phone call right there. Yeah, just it's hard because there's not really a lot of conviction as far as like volume wise, and it keeps like going down lower and then shorts cover. I still think there's trap shorts from Thursday's session. Had this salad, the Caesar salad at this Italian restaurant the other day is so fucking good. I've been trying to recreate it, so I make salad like almost every day. Caesar salad because it's like you know $9 at the restaurant, but I could make it cheap. Fix is coming up here as well. Oil's making a new low. And Nasdaq making a new. Yeah. I got short 63 half. Basically right below the settle. When it came up to that low volume area and just stopped. Offers are starting to pile in here as well, and volume's actually picking up on this downside. You're cutting out, TJ. So finally, you get some capitulation from these fucking longs I've just been buying all goddamn day. Mechanical reference at 44.75. See the weighted AD is real negative now as well. We even made an 1,000 tick there, showing a little bit of follow through. Real thin spot right here. So watch to see a reoffer in this area. Now we can hear you. You have auto trail on, TJ? Oh, your stop was just like super tight. It's annoying as fuck. Yeah, that's a tough. It's tough because like it takes you out for 2 ticks. Maybe just hammer it again if you're still a believer in the position, and then keep it right there. Like you can keep kind of eating that same position as long as it's still working. Just because you were already in profit. On the on the initial balance day, like a small initial balance day, they say you can just take the initial balance and then just double it. We're basically like at that level now. We were at 13, we're at 20. So, 13 plus 13, 26, about 6 points lower takes us right to 40. This might be the, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm short from 63 half. I closed some at 55, then closed another one at 52. Then my stop right now is at 55. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Like, we either bounce from here or bounce from 44. Like, those are kind of like, the big volume ledges from before. It's either bounce from here, or push back down, uh, get into these single prints, and then maybe a bounce from those single prints. And then below that, it starts to just get fucking nasty. That's like chart settings. Chart trading. Oh, you could do it. Yeah, you do it on the dump, and then click on trading. If you go to chart settings and then click on trading, down under there it says open position average price list. It'll say use first in, first out, matching. And I mean, there's like a bunch of fucking options. Chart, chart settings, and then click on trading. And then this is the drop down right here. You can use like, I use first in, first out, but you can use last in, first out, flat to flat, external, whatever. Yeah, there's probably a few ways to get to that same spot. It's always fucked up anyways, so it doesn't matter. Right. I mean, I don't even look at it. I just write everything down and then write plus or minus right next to it, how much it was up, how much it was down. The best thing is just look at whatever you're using for your broker. That's going to give you the accurate information. Not Sierra Charts is it's just a trading platform. It's not can't be trusted. Same as Ninja Trader. Right. Yeah, mine does the same thing. It's frustrating as fuck. No, like I haven't been able to figure it out, and I've just became exhausted with it, so I just gave up. I'm still here. I'm just eating. No, I'm back. What are we looking at? Nothing really, huh? Nice. Nasdaq's still looking weaker than the ES, but or than the Dow and the ES, but yeah, not as yeah. Um, I'm just saying like the bounce off the low for the Nasdaq, like we go. Oh, like weak as like it looks weaker than the ES as far as like it didn't bounce as much as the ES did. Like see the Nasdaq's making it low right now and ES is not. You can see like comparatively on these 2 days, like Nasdaq is a little bit lower right it's at its value area low from Friday compared to the ES basically just kind of in the center of value. So Nasdaq would be the leader here. There goes the Nasdaq there, making a new low. Above or below? Oh, okay. Broke it for a second and came back up. Tesla, Tesla caught a little bit of a bid. Apple's turning lower now. Apple's been red. No, but Apple's making a new low. Well, or make it turned lower after it bounced. It's not at the low though. Low is 164.5. Yeah, just be careful here. Like when we're when we're watching this low form, of this G period. You can see it's kind of stalled right at the F half back. And you look here, you can kind of see like right right where this stops is basically right where this volume shelf stops below. And so, you kind of see like a bid step up here, and then maybe some exhaustion from shorts here a little bit, kind of letting it, not necessarily buying it, but just letting it kind of come up. And if this G low starts to hold, then that could let you know like it's time to get out of that position. But so far we're seeing, we got 3, we got 4, we got 3. We'd like to see volume continue to get that look lower. If we can't get volume down here, then the market tends to auction up to find an offer. Tesla's on a fucking tear right now to the upside. Volume is down about 1% or so. The volume's actually kind of catching up to Friday as well. Still pretty light. I don't know. I think we're gonna go back and visit this 52. Hello, everybody. Like 25. Okay, sounds good. Weighted AD stopped working. Yeah, the 1 minute weighted AD stopped. Another day with like a very neutral tick too. This look got a really nice bounce. Apple's starting to catch a nice bounce here as well. Starting to catch a decent little bounce. Nasdaq's still kind of lagging behind. Dow's back kind of in its opening. Sort of right here, the 56. 56 quarter. It's kind of the same play from earlier, right? Like we get this kind of extension down, D period trades up into weak volume, comes down, E period makes a low, trade back up into another spot with weak volume. If there's no offer below 55, then we have to cut the short. If there is an offer below 55, then we're good for continuation. Move the stop to profit, let the rest ride. We've got what, 15 minutes until the next period opens up. So let's see if an offer comes in here, or if it doesn't, you get kind of the running out look. Only two contracts traded on that. Seller's moving down still. Six. Oil making a new low as well. Drag the Dow down. The Dow's then watch for the reoffer here. If there's no reoffer from these sellers moving down lower, then it's kind of showing you like maybe selling's drying up, flatten out. 9 minutes. No, I'm in a short, but I was saying if there's no offer that down here at this 54, which there is kind of right now, but there wasn't, then I have to flat. Still great. I thought maybe we were gonna get down 50, but doesn't. Was that break even if anything? Are you gonna go to Vegas? I don't mind going. All right. Love you. I love you. The neighbors got those like Skittles chairs out there. See that? Blue, green, red, purple. That's Barkin says it feels reassured by what he's seeing in the banking sector. sector. But he says you never want to declare victory on a potential bank strain. There we go. Finally, a decent little offer trying to come in down here. Get some volume at least. $52 where they got stuck out at. Yeah, that big seller on the 50 will follow through. You're seeing some sector rotation here too, because the Dow's looking weak, but the Nasdaq's kind of catching a bid. They're kind of getting smashed below zero here too, or held below zero at least. But it would have held. Basically, if we just start bidding above 55 again, I mean, not necessarily conviction in the short side, like total, just this position. They're just not like yeah, I mean, like even right here, like we just got so you got offers like 52 or 52 half. Decent trades came through, but the market upticked. So not really a lot of conviction in short sellers to kind of sell down, or you figure these are probably people conducting business inside yet Friday's point of control area. So the market's getting slow here naturally to do business. But I mean, if we pop the G high, that's one time framing up. So we conclude that till it's tested that E low is excess. Yeah, summer's starting early. I mean, that would make sense to trade like back to the POC or back to the open or something like that. Yeah, it's kind of the impulse uh, area as well. Like from Friday, once it broke above that, that's kind of where it impulsed, and that's kind of like those rad prints that never really got repaired until today. So you figure, and I figure there's people still stuck here, and there's people still stuck down here Friday. So as it gets closer and closer, they start to cover. Was it just was it just your stop, or did move it too tight, or what? That's a big thing that we've been like discussing earlier too, and I think it's a big thing that gets a lot of people is like just the acceptance of the risk, and instead of focusing on just like winning the trade, just putting the trade on and you know letting the trade work or letting it not work is almost mandatory. Apple's catching a nice bid. Tesla's catching a nice bid. Nasdaq's trying to come up here a little bit. Yeah, it is. Hawk finally shifted down as well. Yeah, I'd like to see like a um mechanical setup below the POC, like where you can tell that sellers got stuck. Like we know there's sellers stuck on the very low, um, down near that 49, which isn't, I mean, 5 points away from all today. Um, I'd like to see them get stuck one more time, and then, I mean, this is really just like a shelf. I just haven't had any real conviction today, more or less just kind of looks like short-term sellers sold. I mean, there was like a tug of war, right? Sellers versus buyers this morning. Sellers won. Now they're just like, it's getting late. Time to fuck shop and blow and go to the strip club. That's what Wall Street's thinking, not me. Now, basically, right where we're at, we're getting an offer, which is good for us. Now, continuation is the only thing. But so let's say, I mean, there's only 2 ticks there, but let's say this thing trades down to this F low. Right? Set that. Saw a bunch of trap sellers. If it were to come there and really not be able to get anything else, that would kind of give us at least a sign that maybe some buyers are stepping up. But I mean, right now we've got the kind of sequencing. The D period initially was off of the halfback at the time. Halfbacks obviously moved down, extended the range. That D low is still mechanical. This AB high is mechanical, and now we've got an HF high mechanical. So short term sellers definitely stacks starting to come back down. The Dow's making an Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely below this ledge here, where this HF high is at. Just got two lots on, and even closing them out at break even was positive. Yeah, yeah. I have my stop at the 56. Or what is it at? 57.50. Not looking good though. Walked away to go to the bathroom real quick, Kim. The breadth has all gone positive. Ticks back up above zero. You're getting kind of held below for a while. You have an outside H bar almost. Another mechanical reference on this G high would be we have an outside H bar. Kind of makes you almost certain that those sellers at the low at the 50 are covering. No, no. But that there's some possibility to get back into it, but I'm just I hope and pray. Well, if we get back below that point of control, then that's probably just a little short covering rally. But if we don't, then probably is buying. Um, the the buying is weak though. The VPOC, yeah, the VPOC, yeah, the 5 wide right here. AD's turning back down. Turning back. Came back down off the high. Ugh. Really? 58 words per minute, according to Mavis speaking. I was just talking. I can't remember what's fast. Yeah. I should go back and spell check everything. I'm the same way. I'm the exact same way. No, I'm just sitting. Yeah, a good short would have been like up there at the H, that that E low, B high. I mean, I just kind of got out of position because I took a little bathroom break real quick and then came back and it was basically I didn't want to force my way back in because I'm just not a huge. Well, there goes Tesla. Finally, never mind. I was gonna say I'm not a huge fan of this Tesla rip up to the upside, but now Tesla's peaking pretty hard. Gave up everything it gained in like the past hour. So I'm basically just like mentally exhausted, so I don't know if I'll do any more trades today. Yeah, that poor high is like It can look like shit. You're good. Watch this 55.75. Look to see if this guy's actually wanting to get filled or if he's just. He pulled. Loser. Well, guys, I think I'm just gonna call it here. As far as the rest of the day goes, we can see we were putting in these mechanical references up above. So if there was a late day rally, the target's definitely going to be the high of these. That's where there's going to be some stops at. That's where we can kind of expect um, the target to be for any long traders. That in the open here. Um, for the most part, today's market really just an inside day. Didn't trade down as far as I thought, maybe, and so maybe we get this late day liquidation. That wouldn't surprise me at all, especially with the poor high. Any rally really that doesn't take out this D high kind of sets us up for maybe a lower trade tomorrow or in the overnight. Remember, we don't have really much news today, and the market has been pretty news dependent lately. We do have some earnings after hours today, starting with so today after we've got JB Hunt, Pinnacle, First Bank, Services Bank, Cross First Bank, and then a couple of pharmaceutical companies. But tomorrow really going to be kind of the bigger earnings before the market. Johnson and Johnson, Bank of America, and then aftermarket we finally get our first kind of big tech stock, right? Netflix, part of the I guess it's not called Fang anymore because Meta's gone. So what would it be called? What would it be? A B? You got Meta, Apple, Amazon, Google, Microsoft, Netflix, Tesla. Someone do some Scrabble here. Find us what it's called now. But yeah, that I mean that's pretty much it. And then as far as tomorrow, we don't really have a ton of economic data. We do have some housing stuff that comes out before the market opens. The key tomorrow is going to be that Fed speaker at 1300 Bowman's on. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes. That'll be kind of the key. I'm gonna get a little bit of an offer here on the market. But yeah, so far, I mean, for the day, we still have some time left, a couple hours. That's two, so 2 more hours basically. Um, we're just seeing what seems like more from Friday, right? More liquidation, and then it looks like some buyers weakness here. This is why we talked about this morning in the trade plan, right? We didn't want to get long until we got above the 72. Not that there wasn't opportunities to get long, right? We have a very rotational day, very short range day. But if your plan is to stay short underneath of 71, and all of a sudden you're like, "Ooh, this looks like an opportunity to get long. I should get long," or "This looks like an opportunity to get long. I should get long." Right? Remember to refer to your plan. Be like, "Oh, well, why would I get long if I know I'm going to be capped?" Right? Why not just get short on a bounce and look for the trade below? I think a lot of times, maybe we lose sight of our original plan after first hour or so, and that is normal, right? It's a release of all that mental capital is kind of just drained towards the end of the day. Um, and that's why it's important to make sure that you're writing these kind of things down. I always think you should have a daily chart open, regardless of like if it's in a profile form like this, right, where you can zoom out. It's just some chart on your computer where you can really kind of just easily see the big picture. Because a lot of times, especially as day traders, we get just too focused on the minute data that's coming in through the wire, and we can kind of miss opportunities. Uh, but yeah, other than that, you guys have a wonderful day. Make sure that you are managing risk, sticking to your trade plan. You guys all later.